What up, Biv? What up, Biv? I report that today my autumn break started, so from now until Monday, you can sleep in? Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Music. Lights. Camera. Action. What up, Major? Got to go with your brothers? That's awesome. You have more than two brothers? Oh, interesting. Sanctuary Sit Down, October 16th. Join us, Wanderer. Here, Riker and the Diablo 4 devs reveal what stirs beneath the surface. October 16th. It's a week from now. Hold on, I gotta put this in my... This is news to me. Riker talk. No, not Tyler. How dare you? 2 p.m. What is that? You have 8 brothers and 3... Are you a Irish Catholic immigrant post World War II? Where you got all these kids? Where'd your parents make all these kids? There's 12 of y'all? If you cannot join the horde, you must make your own horde. Hold on. Riker and Diablo 4 devs reveal what stirs beneath. How am I just now hearing about this? What happened here? Huge. You're one of 7? Holy. Oh, mate, I'm one of 1.5 on average. Oh, thank you, Austin. That is so many people. German Catholic, there you go. It's those Catholics, dude. It is those Caucasian Catholics. They just be waiting to make kids. Hold on, let me write up some feedback real quick. I just had to write up my feedback for Corpse Explosion, which sucks. Yeah, what up, Snowman? What up, Goblin? Yo, it's cold. I turned on the heat today. Hence why I am in New Englander formal. Now I just need a Dunks and a Newport. New England is not known for crip walking. I don't know why I threw up the shoulders or the elbows, but season's really good. What up, Recluse? What's good, Ouija? We're not going for passing today, so let's. You want to get a little parasocial? So as we can all tell, I have my receding hairline. I'm a 35-year-old man. That's perfectly fine. I've also been growing out my hair because I've tried to do this like 4 or 5 times and I've always given up. But if I were to take this out, my bangs go down to here, which is really nice. The major issue is that the line for my undercut is too high up onto my head. It's now at this point, which makes it look really bad. And with lacking hair in this section, to pull back with it, it makes the entirety of the ponytail and any updo that I would wear, or even any like down hairstyle that I would wear, flat and lacks volume. So I have to bring my undercut line from here down to about here. I have to make it level with this point on my skull. Here's the issue though. This all looks really bad. Now, if I were to redo my undercut, this all would look fine. Top knot, little ponytail on a dude with an undercut looks good. It looks fine. But if I keep doing that, I will never have the actual amount of hair that I want to be able to wear down or put up into a better ponytail. So I have to let this grow out. And this looks stupid. See this? This is stupid. It's stupid. It makes me feel frumpy and it makes me feel ugly. But if I'm patient enough to grow it out and reset my undercut line so that's more parallel here as opposed to this like 45-degree angle, I will have a healthier hairstyle that will look better, will have better volume, and will have more play with what I can do with it. But we have to get there. And unironically, when I wake up every morning and I know I look frumpy, it makes me feel bad and it makes my depression worse. So, it's hat time, boys. We're hat boys now. Now we're hat boys. Hat boys in the building. Hat boys in the building. What's up? Hat boys, what's up? Hat boys, what's up? Hat boys in the building. And the winter is one of the best times to do this since you are often wearing hats outside anyways, and nobody will be upset that I'm warmer than I normally would be, as opposed to in the summer where it would suck. Hat boys in the building. What's up? Until I get tired of wearing a hat because I have a giant head and it gives me a headache, at which point I'll just redo my undercut and then give up like I do every time. Hat boys, what's up? Hat boys, what's up? Hat boys in the building. What's up? Hat boys. Also, if we're all being honest with ourselves, I think if we can all be honest with ourselves just for a moment, the hipster glasses with the snapback, you know, 5 o'clock shadow intentional fucking douchebag jawline is a good look for your boy. I like this. It's like good cop, bad cop, where I look like a douchebag and then I sound like a robot. You never quite know what's going on. I am rocking this hat on a 3. That's a 3, boys. There's a lot of them. I'm rocking it on a 3. Hat boys, what's up? Hat boys in the building. What's up? I have 2 good hats. I have other good hats too. I just don't know where they went. I don't know where my other hats went, but here we are. Also, it does keep me warmer, which is nice, because it is cold. Hat boys in the building. What's up? Hat boys, what's up? The actual name of that song is Dope Boys. But I'm singing it like Hat Boys. Let's make Bone Storm.
Here you are.
What up, Ultra? Hope you see these. I do. I do. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Hat boy in the building. What's up? Hat boy. Hat boy. So I would like to have a lidless wall. I have a couple options. I have helmet lidless wall. And I have glove lidless wall. Then I need Fist o' Fate. Oh yeah, brother. Fist off it. Wait, Evan Piercer, Bloodless Scream, Lidless Wall. Das is all gut. Das is all gut.
This will do.
Then I need to make a new... Are we overpowering? Let's grab this real quick. Only on missing the awesome weapon collection. It should be on the wall behind Mac. The awesome weapon collection. Did I have an awesome weapon collection? Oh, I mean, I have a weapon collection. Yeah. I never really had... Oh, I'm also still gigantic on the screen. Is viable this build? Yes. Those of us who haven't been able to get any chaos lidless, what do you think is the best option for a build that has good damage survivability for T4? Shadowblade. Second best build. Doesn't need lidless wall. Thanks, Goblin. I appreciate that. Like white guy? No, I don't have any katana. I have a fraternal, like knighting ceremony saber. I have a Chinese broadsword. No, I'm sorry, a bronze Chinese scimitar. That one's actually just real. It's like hammered bronze. That one's cool. I have Gimli's axe from Lord of the Rings. Like a replica. It's like 20 pounds. I have like old farming equipment, like a scythe. I have a not a kendo stick. I have a The wooding training sword, but it's not a kendo stick. I forgot the name of it. Is Bone Storm viable? It is. Yeah. What do I think about Decaying Humerus? Like without context, it's a powerful aspect. A Boken. Yeah, Boken. There we go. And then just like other stuff. A couple of the pieces I think would be nice to hang on the wall. Like I think the like the fraternal knighting saber would be pretty cool.
About your age. I'll do what I can. Good luck out there.
Good luck out there, Potter. All right. Am I the only one who thinks that Altkin sounds like Draco Malfoy? Good luck out there, Potter. 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 What a Melsh. J Melsh in the building. What's up? J Melsh, what's up? J Melsh, what's up? Zan. Zan, what's up? Zan, what's up? Zan boy in the building. What's up? Alter the balance. The balance must be altered. Dope boy in the building. What's up? Dope boy, what's up? Zan boy in the building. What up, Sirach? Let's go, Papa. Pray I do not alter the foe. So what we could also do... Oh, but it has a cooldown. Okay. And then we drank Crazy Brew. Okay. So they do overpower, so we overpower. Okay. And we overpower about half the time. So, Goblin, Sanguivore isn't a Chaos Armor. There is a set list of Chaos Armors that exist. Sanguivore is not one of them. You will not be able to find that. But there's no way to target farm which Chaos Uniques you get other than gambling or opening up caches. So, anything that can drop a piece of gear can also drop a Chaos Armor in that slot. Gambling is the best way to target farm because while you may not get the exact chaos item that you want, you will get a chaos item in that slot with enough gambles. I typically find one in like 2,000 to 3,000 nobles. Why this isn't being used more? Because the Bone Storms get left where you cast them as opposed to on top of you. And it does strictly worse damage than Shadow Blight and is strictly slower than Shadow Blight. It's a very cool build, but it is just worse in every way to Shadow Blight. It's like if Shadow Blight had to target instead of just walking. But it's very cool. There's a limit of 10 Bone Storms, and when you hit that limit, it replaces the old one. So you basically want to do any content that will double up your chances of being able to generate items. Killing elites is generally good. Doing Chaos Rifts is good because it gets you a seasonal reputation board. Doing Nightmare Dungeons with Chaos Rifts generates a ton of warp, generating a bunch of boxes. On top of all that, you'd be getting obols. The obols could be giving you caches. The caches can be giving you double caches. And then you can also be leveling up your mercenaries to use Pale Marks to be able to gamble from there as well. You want to get obols so that you can go gamble at the obol vendor for a specific slot. Shadowblade is stronger for pit pushing, but overworld, Shadowblade is stronger for everything 100%. It is better at bossing, it is better at pit pushing, it is better at open world. Bone Storm, you have to cast it somewhere. Soul Rift, you just have to cast it and it moves with you. So you literally walk forward and things die. Bone Storm, you have to stop and cast it on a guy. And for it to really do damage, you want to cast multiple on a guy. And then you have to cast multiple over here, and then 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 multiple over there. It's just worse than Shadowblade at literally everything. That doesn't make it a bad build, but this is the answer to why you're not seeing more people do it, is it's just worse in every way. And people typically won't play a worse version of a build, especially when it's all centered around basically the exact same concept. You have a Bone Storm build that does 1 billion damage and can you do mobilytics. You can't share links on YouTube. Also, I quite literally work for Maxroll, so I would always recommend the Maxroll planner. But you don't need to share anything with me, Alkash. I already have like a whole build guide for it, but thank you. Looking fired today. Looking like you were recently laid off today. Never used Bone Storm before. Is it the skill itself? No, it's the Chaos perk. There isn't a Maxwell guide for build for Bone Storm yet? Correct. Srock literally just moved. So he's kind of been prioritizing moving into a new house. But I do have a planner in my Discord that you could have been using this whole time. Use overpower on top of everything? Yeah, it overpowers, so you might as well make it overpower. Okay, so we're gonna overpower about half the time, so I'm gonna use a sword. Ooh. How many aspects do I need to fit? Let's go look at my build planner. God, I have to turn off. I'm a bee. I don't have Air Perdition. .4 multiplied by 1.45, 0.4 multiplied by 1.55, 2.17. I also do need resources on my build. Alright, you can use Power Siphon. That's only if I generate enough. Potions. Any potential for a pure Corpse Explosion build? I actually built it yesterday. It was very bad. I built a full build around Corpse Explosion with the Corpse Explosion uniques and the Corpse Explosion glyph. And then because I had Ebon Piercer pants on, just holding down Blight was stronger. It'll do around pit tier 95 this season. I sent my feedback into the devs. It really stinks. but what can you do? Oh, literally 0 resource? That's okay, because we'll also have no resource costs. But we're not using it regardless, because I can't generate enough potions for it. Corpse Explosion needs to be fully folded into the minion tree, and everything that says specific minions needs to instead say summons. And then Corpse Explosion gains some damage scalers. The issue is it doesn't have enough damage scaling unless it's a dot. And dots suck. And the only reason why Blight is a good dot is because Ebon Piercer exists. If Ebon Piercer didn't exist, our dot builds would be so hilariously bad that the devs wouldn't be able to ignore how bad they are. You know what I mean? But it needs to get folded into an actual skill tree scheme, which it currently isn't. There was going to be like a whole corpse skill tree scheme, and then there wasn't. So all we have is Corpse Explosion. Bloodwave dot build only works well because of the thing that turns into a dot, which is the ultimate shadow aspect, has a high enough damage scaling. Like our actual dots that do dot damage from skills are bad. Things that apply dots for us are strong. What's the current build that you're doing today? Bone Storm. Oh, y'all can't see this. I'm sitting here just like looking at stuff. Vincent, thank you very much for the follow. To that exact question, what if I did a dot build? Wouldn't that be more fun? Wouldn't everybody be having more fun? 8K over 2 seconds is pretty good. Nope, because this is 17K times 4. What up, A-Man? Are you thinking about testing it with and without Golem? Yep. I'm gonna have to manually cast the Crepify? Yeah. Does Unstable Power work with Bone Splinter's aspect, or do you have to manually cast Bone Splinters? It works with Bone Splinter's aspect. So Shattered Spirit? Yes, that's what the Bone Spirit build guide is currently. If you take a look on Max Roll, if you look at my video. I have a whole video out about that. You could check it out. Yeah, Corpse Explosion just sucks. And it's like not a lot to be done about it. Yeah, alright. I got a good idea of what I'm doing here. So yeah, we could toss that back on. I roll. Oh, I need a different one. Excuse me. All right, we need another focus. Give the man a focus. Running out of foci. Foci. Focuses. And then I also need a sword. If I don't have a sword, I need a mace. That's a sword. What up, particle? I think I can finally get rid of Mother's Embrace. I think I can finally get rid of these. Actually kind of fun. In Nas helm with mages get the multi and additional shadow damage instances for Shadow Blight. That would be a huge downgrade to the build. You really don't want to do that in the build guide. Like, in the skill rotation, I put important. This build's entire purpose is proc Shadow Blight as often as possible. It isn't a dot. It can critically strike, scaling dot, or blight, or corpse explosion does not synergize with your build. Only care about hitting enemies with as many instances as possible. It's accomplished by stacking soul rifts. And no, using shadow mages isn't a good option. They attack too slow and you lose the damage scaling from sacrifice them. Okay, back to the guide. Pretty good.
So was Bex here. More bear than I thought.
$41 plus 34 is 75 is, yeah, about 75. All right, I'll put it on to both. I'd rather get 100% for both of them to trigger than... Technically, you don't need this if you have a different role. But
Here's a good one. Here's a good one. I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
the vulnerable damage is like fine. Yeah. It like really sucks that it a little bit doesn't matter to like re-roll these. Just like no difference. I guess, I don't know. You know, I come from the perspective where like it is interesting when there are better and worse stats. Following your build guide for Shotblade season just found for the first live stream. Hey, welcome in, Easy Macro. You should have Bone Storm chance on offhand, or don't you have a lidless chaos? You shouldn't have it on your offhand, no. That's what I was just working through. So that I don't have high enough on my other two pieces of gear, so I'm going to put it onto my offhand. That's not optimal, it's just what I'm currently doing. What up, Lycotic? See, mine doesn't have a GA on it or any Masterworks on it, and I don't want to remasterwork it, so I won't be at 100% if I don't have it on my offhand. Even with that, putting like Titan's Fall on here is still more damage. I'm just lazy, and I don't want to ever not double damage, so I'd rather just have it happen all the time. I really don't like inconsistent damage. You'll find. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. We don't want sacrificial. Sevion, thank you very much for the follow. There's that, there's that. Is Bone Storm Bone Spirit fun and Masters High Pit? Is Bone Storm / Bone Spirit? Bone Spirit is very fun and will do the highest pit tier that the Necromancer can currently do. Bone Storm is also a fun build, or at least is probably a fun build. And will be pretty significantly weaker than Bone Spirit. But putting them together, you just wouldn't do that. Like, you would never try to scale both of their damages simultaneously. Apogeic is actually what I need, now that I remember. Apogeic becomes damned. No problem. And Grasping Veins? Can you use Starless Skies instead of Great Feast? Those two things aren't... So, one, you don't need my permission. You do whatever the fuck you want to do. If you don't like something, don't click it. Like, who even cares what I say? Sincerely. I've found that I'm being asked, like, for permission to play suboptimally is like kind of skews me out a little bit. But the question isn't Starless Skies versus an aspect. It is Starless Skies versus the stats on a ring that you want. So one, I would need to know what build you're playing. And two, whether or not your build will keep working if you don't have a legendary ring. Because legendary rings are a lot more about the tempers and how they enable a build, rather than just the damage scaling from an aspect. Grasping? I think I need grasping veins. Grasping veins.
May your road be filled with wonders.
Oh, do I do the overpower or the Vuln? Half of our damage is overpower, half of our damage isn't. I'm going to do the Vuln multiplier. Is Shadow Blight better in Infernal Hordes as well as compared to Bone Storm? Yes. But it's a different play style. So Bone Storm would be better at not really moving, but you would need to be maxing out things where you don't have to move to go over to them. So you can't do Aether Fiends because you have to move over to them to do it. And you can't do Spires because you have to move over to them to do it. But if you're just doing like masses and masses spawn Aether Fiends or Hellborn or something like that, Bone Storm would be better. Soul Rift or Shadow Blight is going to be better at doing the other things because you have to move to those things anyways, and it's a more mobile build. And since it's a more mobile build that has the same damage output, mobility becomes king. But you'd have to be benefiting from things where mobility is useful. So they're different, and Shadow Blight will on average be better. Currently using my Affliction, Shadow, Bone Spear, Storm build for Hordes. Cool. The top three Necro Pits both have Bone Storm and Bone Spirit. Those are all Shattered Spirit builds. The Bone Storm is strictly there for a damage multiplier. It's so... To understand how we refer to builds, we refer to builds by the thing that does the primary amount of damage for that build. So for Bone Spirit, it's Shattered Spirit Aspect is the thing that's doing the damage. But the skill that you cast to trigger that is Bone Spirit, so we still just call it Bone Spirit. But this version of Bone Spirit does its damage through this aspect. Bone Storm builds are trying to do the primary damage through Bone Storm. It's a completely different build, completely different aspects, completely different powers. You can't make Bone Spirit and Bone Storm both do damage on a build, because that's just not how Diablo 4 works. So there's no hybridizing of damage. There is just the primary thing that does the damage. You're also going to notice that on every Blood build, it uses Bone Storm. And also on Minion builds, it uses Bone Storm. And it's because Bone Storm offers a large damage multiplier. But it itself is not doing damage. Like, you would never call the Minions build a Bone Storm build. You never call Blood Surge or Blood Lance a Bone Storm build. Necro Mage minions or Warrior minions. About to make your first hardcore character. I would highly recommend not playing a minion build as a hardcore character, since it is the squishiest of the Necromancer builds. I just wouldn't recommend that. If you're going to play one of them, I would recommend mages, because they'll actually stay around you. Whereas warriors just get stuck on stuff, and if you ever get caught without your warriors ever, you're dead. But I wouldn't recommend a minion build for hardcore, because it lacks damage reduction from standalone. Standalone is a bunch of free damage reduction, 24%, and you lose out on this if you're using minions. The golem gets 1 storm? Nope, the golem gets 10 storms. It would be a bad trade-off, and I probably wouldn't do something that silly. But it gets all 10 of the bone storms. Blight as well. Your golem gets 1 storm. Look at how many damage instances are happening. Fudge. Will they ever fix this? I don't know. Actually don't know. I haven't heard anything about it yet. Ended up getting screwed by the inability to put damage where I wanted it. It's a point and click target that drops a bone storm exactly where you're targeting. I'm a little bit confused by the issue that you might have been running into, because you can literally put them anywhere. I've been playing Shadowblight since the beginning, but I've always wanted to play Bone Storm, so I kind of did try it today and liked it better. Yeah. There's, yeah. A build being better, so like a build being objectively better, like quantifiably better, has nothing to do with whether or not you'll like it more or less. The whole point of the game is just to enjoy playing the game, and what is better is an anxiety that people experience that needs to be removed from themselves, because it has no impact. Like, unless the only thing that you like is only ever doing the thing that everybody agrees is the best, which if you structure it like if you put it into that context is fucking crazy to say out loud. But if that's what makes you happy, then do that thing. But that kind of person never experiences this anxiety because all they need to know is what is the best, and then they go do that thing. When we try to justify playing something that isn't the best version of something, we are robbing ourselves of joy, and it doesn't matter. Like, just play the game the exact way that you like to. It doesn't matter if something's stronger or weaker, as long as you're playing it and enjoying it. Yeah, the issue with using the golem is a couple different things. It is the 35% damage multiplier. It is the skill on your bar. What it gets you is unstoppable. It's hard. Do I need crit chance? Kinda do. Kinda need crit chance. $20 is 68. Where can you see this version of Bone Storm? It's in my Discord, which is in the description. 60, 80, 100, okay. Now we're also going to get a bit more from the other Paragon. Holyfield, thank you very much for the follow. Second season player here. I'm still new at figuring out how to make everything work in Synergy. I'm trying the Soul Rush Shadow Blight, but I can't seem to find a way to bump my damage up. Can't seem to find a way to bump your damage up. Did you build it correctly according to what is recommended? Do you actually have your glyphs leveled up? Are you using the correct chaos perks? Do you have the recommended aspects and unique gear? What Paragon level are you? What difficulty are you playing in? And do you know which damage instances you're looking for? did this wrong. What up, Harrison? I'm the guy you've been answering on Reddit. Hello, Holyfield. Thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Please do not be offended. I answer a lot of people on Reddit. Which thing were we talking about on Reddit? How the ring works. Mendel? Gotcha. Yeah, did you have other questions? Last season you said don't use the ring? Correct. Why is it good now? The game changed. As is the case with most seasons. When the game changes, so does our use cases for different things. So the big thing with last season is that there was a bug where bonuses in the game applied to your minions twice, but only for shadow damage. And once your minion's shadow damage is high enough, where it represents greater than 60% of the total damage of the build, the Ring of Mendeln is now weaker than an aspect which grants 50% damage multiplication. And since we have an aspect available to be able to do that, along with other aspects which are stronger for scaling shadow damage, as well as options in our Paragon board for being able to scale specifically shadow damage higher, the mage's base damage represented the vast majority of the damage on the build. Those bugs have both been fixed, as well as Ring of Mendeln getting 20% stronger. The Ring of Mendeln getting 20% stronger is like so insane to think about, it's actually a little bit unfair. Because you can use it as a chaos unique. Not only that, that means that you get to put another ring onto the build. And rings are generally very strong. So in Ring of Mendeln getting stronger, the bugs getting fixed, and your mage is no longer representing the majority of the power of the build's output. Like, just to give you an idea, right? Because it's kind of hard to conceptualize of this. When we have this Ring of Mendeln, and it doesn't matter what slot it's on, right? And we put on a big old two-handed sword. The Ring of Mendeln is doing 7,722 damage as a base. If you were unaware, your mages do 85% of your weapon damage as their base attack. So if you take your weapon and you take the minimum and the maximum and get your average, so 477. I'm loving it. Oh, not that one. Hold on. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. This is so bright. I hate it so much. Doesn't matter. Now let's go into here. So if we were to take 477 to 715, 477 to 715, this is equal to the average of these two. Boop. We get 596. So your mages are doing 85% of your weapon damage. So that's multiplied by 8.5. Means that every time your mage attacks, it's doing 506 damage as a basis. Ring of Mendeln says that every 6th attack this will occur. So it starts off as 7712. Just to get an idea of what percentage of your weapon damage 7712 is. This is... Whereas your mages are doing 85% of your weapon damage. Mendeln is doing 1,293% of your weapon damage, which is not technically fair because it's every 6. So they're actually doing 215% of your weapon damage. So if this is your mage base attack, your on average per attack Mendeln is representative of, is equal to this, multiplied by 2.1569. So that means that Ring of Mendeln procs represent 2.5 times the amount of damage of your minion's base damage, and this is per attack, or they are representative of 71% of the overall damage output of a build. The Ring of Mendeln alone is 71% of the damage that your mages do. 71% of the total damage of your build comes from this ring. That's insane. And that's why we use it. I'm gonna look at Bonestorm build in Maxwell, but noticed it was grayed out on the website and wouldn't let me click on the build. Was there a bug or patch that disabled it? No, we haven't finished writing it yet, but I have a planner in my Discord. Your Paragon 160, I have all Chaos perks maxed. Which I'm currently farming takes a while. Okay, so at Paragon 160, and so to give you an idea, like, the Chaos perks maxed out just makes them functional. It doesn't actually really increase the damage that you do on the build. They don't do damage for the build. They just enable the build to do damage. Currently farming gear. Also need the shadow multipliers, but cannot find the manual to temper them onto my gear. Shadow additive damage. All additive damage goes into one bucket and then is a single multiplier. They're not individual multipliers. But yeah, it just sounds like you have weak gear and your character hasn't progressed that far. A build is only as strong as the gear that you equip to play it. And if you have shit gear, the build won't be strong regardless of what you do. You just need to get to better gear. You need stronger aspects. But what level are your glyphs? That was missing from the list of questions that I had asked. Level 10 glyphs, that's your problem. Those should be like rank 46 minimum. It's not the Shadow Finesse temper that you want to be using. You want to be using the Night Fitness or whatever. You want shadow damage. Shadow damage, if we look at the skill, so the skill Reap is a darkness skill up at the top, and it does shadow damage. Darkness is a skill tag. Shadow damage is a element tag. Shadow Blight is not a darkness skill. It does shadow damage. So you want shadow damage down here. You don't want darkness damage. It would do nothing for the build. But it's not the darkness finesse temper. It's like the day. There's one that says day and one that says night, and night has shadow damage in it. I want to know if the Affliction Key passive, separate from curses, is the bonus damage universal. Yeah, the bonus damage. If you afflict a target, they take 45% increased damage from you. Excuse me. Mustard on a beat, bro. Deep throat, any rap. He a freak, though. Man down, caught an ambulance. Tell him breathe, bro. Nail it to the cross. He walk around like Kizo. They mama, huh? She really got her many, too many options. Ass on his body, I'm John Stockton. Eat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Times you gotta pop out and show. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that up the skull. Walking down whole time, I know we got some hoe. Oh, historic shit. Really, death roll? Say Drake. You like him young. And I never go to cell block one. Danny, to talk to him, they in love. Make sure you hide your little sister from me. Call me Chubb's only one to get your hand-me-downs. Party at the party, playing with his nose now. Baka got a weird case. Why is he around? We're not going to use Zan. Certified lover boy. Certified. Wop. Fuck him up. I'm going to do my stuff. Are you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably a minor. They not like us. Think the bacon let you disrespect Pac? I think that Oakland show will be your last stop. Off, I don't know why you still pretend. But it's out front. Oh, go. The audience not dumb. Make some changes. Have a good stream. Yeah, be good, Cody. Let me know if you have any other questions. I can go deeper, I promise. You Malibu most wanted. Bet you get a read or something. Since 2000, and I had this bitch jump in. Get a wedgie. You flipped over your boxes. It's over your fault. Linger while he was in jail. That's conniving. Get his face tatted like apologizing. I'm glad D Rose came home. Y'all didn't deserve him neither. She came to the center and then not speak on Serena. You gotta be registered and placed on neighborhood watch. On you. And I'm gonna send it up to Pac. Whole label on me. I'm gonna get him dropped. Sweet chin music and I won't pass the ox. How many stocks do you really have in stock? 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 5.
I will
What is a
not
lie
let you
here?
down.
69. God. Stay up inside. Hold his ass up like our fresh packers, huh?
I fear we must have help.
Golem didn't do a lot for you in pits. Interesting. Why do we use Amplify GIF and not Mage Glyph on the Mage build? Because it's less damage. Amplify grants you additive damage as well as 2 damage multipliers. Mage Glyph grants you 1 damage multiplier and additive damage. but a new multiplier is almost always stronger than inflating an already existing multiplier.
Be ready.
They not like a, they not oh, I want the resource. I'm a bee. I'm a bee. I'm a bee. I'm a bee. I'm a bee.
Excellent.
How does corrupting damage work? When an effect applies shadow damage over time, it's called corrupting. That was just funny. It does suffer from what I'm calling the screamification of the pit experience, which does suck. Stronk build. Build stronk. Stronk build. Alright, let's see where it peters out. Like 1 ton? Call file. I don't know why we still pretending. What is the owl?
It is done.
The audience not dumb. You Malibu most wanted. Whoa, why am I taking so much damage? Oh. Oof. Oof. Is the build in the Discord under Season 10 PTR? Yep. Come along. Dude, the freeze is like insane. It's just nutty bananas. Any changes since PTR I may need to tweak or mostly functional? It's functional. The only thing you take off is power siphon. Just die so I can leave. Thank you. Don't run power siphon? Correct. What up, Miles? What's going on? Oh. Oh, I need to hit Golem there. That'd be good, Specty. Something... I'm like not generating enough barriers somehow? Something weird is happening. I'm not quite sure what. I guess we have to use the Blood Golem grants DR. Jordan and 12 billion crits is insane. There is something weird about the barrier gem. Something weird is happening. I don't quite know what. Let's try this again. Because this gives us DR. Something weird is happening, yeah. Yeah, that's weird. Building Storm, maybe? No. Can't fit the aspect on the build. No green screen? That's been for like over a month at this point.
I'll keep my floor chart. Return soon.
Oh. I don't know. Something odd is occurring. And we may never know. Yeah, so this build suffers from having to use Bloodless Scream. And Bloodless Scream makes the gameplay horrid. Just absolutely horrid. But it's the biggest multiplier you can get, so you kind of just have to suffer through it. And I'm trying to pull like on Blood Surge, but I can't. You know your build is cooked when Blood Surge has an easier time generating barrier. Because see, the moment that I start hitting stuff, the entire screen gets frozen. And then it all runs away from you, making it harder and harder and harder for you to pull it in. Or doing what I like to call the boogie slide shuffle. The Bloodless Dilemma. And basically, you just have to, like, just eventually make them unstoppable, and eventually they'll walk over to you. Makes it very, very inefficient. Why not try the rune Cry and see if it helps with that? Cry rune? We can't fit on another rune, sadly. When you're pit pushing, the answer is never you can use utility. You always just have to max out damage and suffer. Wow, I wish these guys who are unstoppable would re-fucking aggro. How cool that would be. I don't know where I am. I don't need to know where I am. Oh no, the damage resistance man is walking into range. Get closer to here. Please let me kill the bad men. Oh, wow. My least favorite? You shouldn't have. In what fucking universe? Hate you, game. And yielding aspect still not working? Bro. Yeah, I'm at the new house. Dude, the lucky hit chance of Bone Storm is so fucking grotesquely bad. This is with Fists of Fate up. I think Gravekeeper is bad. Gravekeeper's bad? I think Gravekeeper's bad. So there's a couple things I'm running into here, and I could alleviate it. Hold on. Let me think about this. Scent of Death? Golden version with Banished Lords. Oh, yeah. That could work. But wait, is that the highest right now? That would be insane. Because I should be clearing easy. I'm just not patient.
Be ready.
What up, Dave? Hmm. Weird little circle. How much do you think Golem is adding here? It is a 2x. It's a 2x minus a 1 or divided by a 1.35, and technically you could be running sacrificial. So the difference in the sacrificial aspect and the sacrificial aspect and the, oh, what's it called? And Great Feast? So somewhere around like a 1.3 times melting. Also, it grants Unstoppable, which the build wouldn't otherwise have. And that's kind of hard to really measure. That was a trillion fucking damage. A trillion damage on a tick out of any of this is insane. A trillion damage is insane. See me actually avoiding those on-death effects? What am I, a god gamer? I think I'm joking. I suck at doing that. Why am I dying? Oh ho ho. This man just has too many affixes. Can you die, please? What? Is this man unkillable? Has this man never tasted the sweet, sweet embrace of death? Hello? What the fuck, my guy? There is a limit, yes. You can only have 10. What? What is happening? Why? Rah, rah, rah. I don't understand how I can go from literally never taking damage to my golem fucking dying. I don't know what's happening. But something weird is happening. And why wouldn't that one motherfucker die? Why wouldn't he die? What was up with that? The Bone Storm is that there is now a limit of 10. Is there a reason why you don't have gems? I'm human. I forgot. But I am going to get this clear so I can have the highest clear on Bone Storm on Helltides without gems. Because that's funny. Ultimate Shadow? Yep, we're using Ultimate Shadow. Something wicked this way comes. Like, I just don't generate resource for a while sometimes. And I seemingly can't for like a couple of seconds. What up, turd? Holy hell, this build is wrecking everything. Yeah, it's strong. Glad you're enjoying it. There we go. Gotcha. Nope, had you for a second. Gotcha. Nice. I just needed like an elite pack a grip ago. I should be clearing this out with like a lot more time than this to spare. Oh, man. Okay. I gotta do something. So we'll do something. I really appreciate the guides. I'm glad that you do. Thank you very much. Double GA Glint Int Gloom Ammy. Wow. That's awesome.
Thank you.
What up, Retro? Amino acids. The Paragon for the Bone Spirit since the 1 unit guide is 324. There's a scroll bar at the bottom, and you scroll it left and right for progression. Scruffy Bearded Guy, thank you very much for the follow. Holyfield, thank you for the follow as well. Also, that isn't my build guide. That is Sirach's. What do you think what they mean about combat changes seems weird wording a bit, or is it as it is? Combat changes? Why would that be weird wording? There are changes to how we experience combat in the game. That's like a pretty straightforward, logical statement for me. We currently experience combat in one way, and there will be a change to how we experience combat. Anybody having trouble logging in on PS5? I'm not too sure. Is anybody else having trouble logging in on PS5? Oh, Abyssal is the other option. Hmm. Should have rotated this, but I didn't. I guess I'll put gems in. PS5 server issues. There you go. Somebody said it. Why did we decide not to overpower? It seems bad. Because you can't overpower on 100% of your casts, so you're only overpowering on 50% of your casts. And I don't want to manually cast a Decrepify, which I would have to do to be able to fit in overpowering. So it seems suboptimal. How is the ultimate skill gem worse than crit? I don't fucking get it. Gems are just like... gems are like insane to me. Alright, let's try it again. This time we'll get it. Now I can actually just like tank. That also means I don't need this point. Do not. Let's go. I do need to be able to generate more corpses. Corpses have been an issue. But now I don't need to eat corpses. I only need to eat one corpse. Yeah. Drem's truly outrageous. Do I have time to check Discord? It depends on whether or not this would be a good run. It kind of looks like it would be a good run. Can you give me 10 minutes? Okay, okay. Oh yeah, the damage reduction is real, baby. Oh, this is the dead end? Huh. Oh, we're all having a lot of fun here, aren't we? Like a USB stick? You're so right. Hello. Hello. Everyone, get in here. Give me one good pack. That won't be enough. Okay. We have one potion. Pretty good. Oh, yeah. Rematch, baby. Dude, that damage is so nutty. Fuck my whole fucking face, I hate you! Again. 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 Alright. This time... I hate this fucking map so much. That's okay. This time, though, what if, and hear me out. We didn't, and hear me out. We didn't get fucking Mother's Judgment. Novel concept, I know. There are a lot of stuff left over here. I hate these maps. Because they're always big fucking circles. I hate these maps. They're always big fucking circles. Go piss off all this stuff. Damage resistance auras. Fuck. And I wish they didn't exist. At least this one had presence of mind to spawn on top of the 3 Ethics Elite. Really good time through the first map. Want these goddamn potions. Good. Oh yeah, the ladies that fly away. Those are my favorite. I feel like how annoying these enemies are doesn't translate to the pit well. Also, what the fuck do you mean 780 billion damage without overpowering? That guy wants to fight. He can come fight me over here. Come on over here, you coward. More people to fight. Everybody get over here. I'm gonna fight right here. This is where I'm fighting. If everybody wants to come fight, they can come fight right here. Out of steam because I'm getting bad pack. Oh, Coward Man is here again. Hello, Coward Man. All right, you want to fight? Fight. Do 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 do. That's okay. Oh, Batman. I'm in here. Get bent. Get bent. Ha 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 ha. Actually, Dead Razor would be a really good glyph. It'd be a kind of okay glyph. I think I want to level up Amplify. Okay. So the current setup is Lidless with Zan Cax, Shroud of False Death with Tamwat, Bloodless Scream, Ebon Piercer, Fists of Fate, Ultimate Shadow on a sword. We have a Grasping Veins on our focus. I didn't have enough. Bone Storm deals double damage between my Lidless Wall and here, so I'm actually missing a multi here. Then we're using Damned, Ring of Starless Skies, and Apogeic Furor. There's a setup. These are the sacrifices. Here is the skill tree. And the Paragon. Gravekeeper. Essence. Eliminator. Imbiber. And Abyssal. Not too bad. So to make it overpower, we switch the key passive. You wouldn't switch the key passive, no. And switch to the overpower board. You also wouldn't swap to the overpower board, no. You could, you just really wouldn't want to. So the way that you would make this overpower is with the Zan rune word. Would Zan plus Banished Lords work for Soul Rift? No, because Shadow Blight can't overpower. So the major issue that you're running into is that Zan makes every other attack overpower. Banished Lord's Talisman has like good stats on it, but you get a larger multiplier out of Ebon Piercer. So it very slightly increases your overpower rate. Because you're spending, 50 resource a cast. So every 5.5 casts, you trigger an overpower for one of your bone storms. So for one of 10 of your bone storms. So basically, it's like 6 of your 10 bone storms should be overpowering at any given time. And then you lose a rune word, so you lose Cax rune, which just doubles your damage. Overpowering is only a 50% damage multiplier. It's weaker than Ossified Essence for Rathma's Vigor. And the board is the same amount of damage multiplication. So what you get out of it is less than Cax rune. So overpowering on this is just wrong. Like, I get it. But it is incorrect. Like, it's not the highest damage potential possible. There is a PlayStation error with connecting to the server. Frisco. Like, if you were overpowering 100% of the time, then sure, you would use Dominate Glyph. And you could use Bloodbathed over... Frailty? But there's just no real reason to. Thought I was using Blood Moon Breaches? No. Golem having a 7% chance to apply Curse would be, like, insanely bad. He would just never apply Curse. And the multiplier on it is worse than other multipliers which are available. I'm trying to think of, like, why... Like, at first I went, oh, Zan, and then I overpower every other attack. But we have to remember that, like, overpowering is really only good if you can overpower 100% of the time. Because then you get to use higher value additive damage. And some higher value damage multipliers. But if you're not overpowering 100% of the time, it's typically, like, pretty bad to then prioritize overpower as a source of damage scaling. How can I only summon just mages? You need the Hand of Nas unique. Let's go check out health odds. There should really only be one build with Golem up here. Yeah. Why is it gray? Bone Prison. Oh yeah, if you're not using Evan Piercer. Whoa. What? Roach, homie, this is an insane way to show the gear. Dude, look at this fucking amulet. Holy shit. Damn, dude. You put Shielding Storm on the amulet? What? Purple Masterwork on the core skill is crazy. I mean, I have that on mine, weirdly enough, too. You're doing talk? What? Why? Don't have a Tamara? This is Roach. Roach hangs out in the Sanctuary Discord. Bro, the 3 GA weapon? Homie. Okay. That's a weird ring. Shielding Storm on the amulet is fucking crazy. That's insane. They must have just been running into the same survivability issues I was running into. You're going with the overpower version, but you're not using cold. Wait, you're also doing Scent of Death? But you're still dying? I think you overcorrected. For potions?
Not sure you even need it.
What up, Arius? How would you maximize damage with Necromage build? What affixes would you prioritize? What affixes? Attack speed, crit chance, intelligence. It depends on the item, and just listing every single affix on every single piece of gear is like insane. But we do have a minion build guide on maxroll.gg, and you can take a look at the stat priority section where we go over all of the stats that are relevant for the build. Stat priorities. You go here and each item will have the list of stats that you want on them. Diablo off, PlayStation broken. You know what? Just like, you know? You know? Let's check it out. Think you're missing out. Without Zan, you don't need what? What? How would Zan impact whether or not we apply Decrepify to the target? No, I don't want to. But hold on, back up. What does overpowering have to do with manually casting Decrepify? Do you mean running Cax and Zan? Is that what you're referring to? Okay. That's also not what he did here. Oh, I thought you were reviewing this build. It's the only other person with a run-up for Bone Storm. It's Roach. And we just beat that time. That is significantly worse. What up, Roach? Yeah, what's different about it, Naps? Roach, I gotta be honest with you. Just rocking the Zan rune is crazy work. I also noticed that you put Shielding Storm on your amulet. What's up with that? What's going on there? What's happening there? But yes, if you want to get sweaty and cast Decrepify, you can, for sure. Allowed you to run all Mythic Chaos. I'm just wondering why you need the Shielding Storm to survive. Because I ran into survivability issues. And then I just swapped to Scent of Death, and then I just stopped experiencing survivability issues on the build. One, two, three is 90. Is 102. 102 burst. 102 verse 136. 16% loss. Yeah. That's worth it. The only thing is I don't think you ever, like, yes, you put Zanrune on. Yes. Well, no, dude. You know how much Cax is worth overall for DPS? 2x. Because y'all should absolutely have Zan Cax. Zan is like not even vaguely close. The uptime. Zan Cax is 100% uptime. Like, so to real quick touch on Zan versus Cax, right? Cax is a... well, you wouldn't use... would you use Tam? Would you... No, you would use Pak. Pak is more. Because you're spending 50 plus resource. Zanrune is not a higher multiplier than Cax. You would want 100% uptime on Cax. Like, Zan is less than 100% uptime of a 50% multiplier. I'm not currently using Zan Rune Word because I didn't want to manually cast Decrepify because I'm lazy. But manually casting Decrepify lets you. Naps, what did you feel was not even close? Which thing? What up, Urson? Also, I don't know if you intended to, but you have not shared the link. Oh, the damage wasn't even close. So I do apologize. Writing out the combinations of rune words does not tell me which one of those was stronger for you. Currently, that is just a list of rune words. But yes, every build can get sweatier by taking off Watt Rune. Although, you have to remember that Watt Rune is also an 11% damage boost throughout the pit. It is not just about Decrepify. It's also the Execute. Do you have trouble selling items at merchants in game? No. You might run past them while you click them, and then you open up the UI and you're too far away from them. Be good, Sirach. Naps had said that they wanted to share their planner, and they had not yet. Zan, Smoke, Zan, Cax. That's impossible. It's like, it's mathematically impossible. Unless you are also changing something else about the build. Not if I can keep it up elsewhere. Okay. This will be an ineffectual. I think this will be an ineffectual way of communicating. I'm always only ever talking about the exact statement and not the totality of context with which I can't have. So the reason why I'm confused here was because I thought we were just comparing using Zan versus using Cax, not also talking about the other combination of runes that you would be using. Sorry. This may be easier if you did share your planner, because then I could just be looking at that and then having a more total picture of the conversation that we're having. But that also kind of doesn't fucking matter, though. Like, if it's always you're using both of them, if the argument is that wouldn't you have the same amount of uptime from the other combination too? For this Storm build, is it better or okay to use Shaco, or is it better the Chaos you have on your build? Shaco is an okay item. It's nowhere near the best in slot item for the build. What am I running for Chaos uniques? I have Lidless Wall, Bloodless Scream, Evan Piercer, and Fists of Fate. And this is solo self-found gear. So you're not going to see more than one GA anywhere. Saw 111. Well, so I just cleared 111 faster than your time on this setup. Ooh, I like their little symbol for helmets. Why are we running Banished Lord's Town? Damn. So you definitely want Pock here, because Pock would be... well, you're also using Ring of Starless Skies. If you're not using Ring of Starless Skies, you absolutely want Pock over here. But for your setup, damn. But there's no 16 casts. Like, you're not casting... Like, Cax doesn't have 100% uptime here. Because you need to cast the skill 16 times to trigger this. Ideally, you would like to not have to use Ring of Starless Skies. Pock is worse with Starless Skies, yes. I'm currently using Starless Skies because my gear is imperfect. But you wouldn't want to be using Starless Skies. Oh, you're not using a golem. Well, there isn't a way to get faster than Tam. I mean, you do. Well, you do Ahu. Ahu would be faster. But then you have to get down to the unhealthy status. But to have it up the entire time, you would need to use Tam. But again, ideally, you wouldn't want to be using Ring of Starless Skies. Ahu is really slow even when Crazy Brew is active. Crazy Brew wouldn't modify the output of Ahu rune. The issue with Bone Storm is that Bone Storm Lucky Hit Chance sucks. And there also is something weird happening with Lucky Hit Chance. I can't put my finger on it. Barbarian. What is the point of Ariana? Without Shielding Storm, she keeps you alive? Without her, it's impossible. How are you consuming corpses? Tendrils doesn't consume a corpse. I also have like double the DR that I would have. If you didn't have this, it would just be Grasping Veins, right? So I'm not sure. Yeah, it's nice music, isn't it? Well, basically, like, so you have a point here. You take out this, then you just need to take out 1 point, which would be from Lucky Hit Chance, and then you could have Corpse Explosion. You would have the same number of Darkness skills on your skill bar, and you'd be able to get this multi. So I think that's your path forward here. There's also a bit of optimizing that if you wanted to, you could do through here. So this is only 1 point. This is 3 points. You can actually go up here. So you would save a point here. And then you would save a point here. So it'd be boop, 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 boop. Instead of this. These are 4 points that aren't intelligence, and then essence on kill is not particularly valuable. So 1, 2, 3, 4 saves you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you regain 2 points there. I doubt you need these 2 crit chance. I also doubt that you're at 328 points, right? But these are probably not required. We've been going with 2 entrance wither just because this is like a lot of points that are fairly inefficient. It's also a really good excuse to like come through here. So you come through here and here. I wonder if there was any way for you to get like a benchmark of how often you're overpowering on this setup. Like I wish there was a way to know that information. Another thing that so this is what I personally do here. Obviously you don't have to do this, right? But these 2 points here into this route is very efficient for the 25 dex needed. So it's this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The other great benefit of it is you don't pick up these 2 dead points. You don't pick up an unnecessary resistance. But by popping in these 2 here, right, so this is already 2 intelligence for 2 of these stats. We don't need this. And then you can do this connection here, and then save on this strength. So it's basically convert this point to here. Convert this point to here. Same amount of dex, but you swap a strength for intelligence. And then this is dex wisdom for intelligence. And then we don't have to build into the dead res there. Like, Banished Lords also loses a lot of its value if we're using Ring of Starless Skies. But I need the dex from Starless Skies right now. Because Banished Lords will make one of the 10 Bone Storms that you cast overpower over its entire length, while the Zan rune will now make the other 9 Bone Storms overpower. Here's my issue with Zan rune. Because Zan has a 1 second ICD. And we are exactly proccing it. So we don't get any overflow. I'm missing the helmet chaos, so I'm trying to play the build without it until I find a helm. Yeah, no problem, Arson. Have you seen how often you overpower with Zan? Yeah, so it's 0.35 seconds every second. I would say, though, that, like, I just don't believe that you need Variana. So this is it, right? It is, you are overpowering 35% of the time. Because you deal damage twice per second, just because it's based on the server tick rate, I guess you could argue that you're overpowering half the time. So it's 50% uptime on overpower from this. Yeah, so Zan gets you 50% uptime on overpower. Building it, like, I'm really not trying to be a dick, but like building into overpower is just like, it can't be correct. You are so from this, we are at best at 50% uptime. The thing with Banished Lord's Talisman is it doesn't make the totality of your Bone Storms overpower for a proc. It makes one of the Bone Storms overpower. You can see the interaction with alternating alterations, giving a huge damage burst with Crazy Brew. Are you like macro spamming Core and Bone Storm? Banished Lord's Talisman's damage multi only applies when you overpower. Like, unless you're using a macro to spam cast your other core skills, like, unless this is like... Like, unless it looks something like this. Sure. I don't know what this is saying. Be good, Zareth. Can you expand on this? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what is being experienced. This is why you want to have both on your thing. Well, I guess you don't need Reap then. I'm not. I don't believe that there's anything to be confused about here. It's like 2 out of every 6 bone storms that you cast do 60% more damage. Do you believe that it is even beyond that? $60 versus $240 should be bigger. What are those numbers? Oh, we're calling back to. Or actually, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that means. Really don't want to play like this. Oh. Hello? Oh, also I've been recording for a while. So to not conflate a bunch of different things. I don't disagree with alternating alterations. You just have to play sweatier. That's fine. Just tossing in Zanrune and like Zanrune isn't. Hold on. Wait, how the fuck are you cursing? How are you cursing? Fuck? Cursing? Homie. Okay. So, well, it's not. Well, no, it's not only giving. It's like so much more than that. It's actually kind of wild. So like, if you're using Watt, first off, it's already an 11% damage increase while clearing through the pit, because you're executing at 90%. Secondly, it is applying a 16% damage multiplier just straight up from Amplify, and then a second 16% damage multiplier from all the monsters who are feared all the time by the Bloodless Scream. So this has, going through all the same thoughts that I have? Well, no, because you just said some wild shit. And it's like, Bananas. But lastly, so if you are using Zan, you have 50% uptime on overpower. Like, you cannot be overpowering more efficiently than this. Even if we take the 3% chance that you would and cut that in half, because you wouldn't always. The value of Decrepify? So if we're using the rune word, Watch Rune Word is an 11% damage increase by itself while clearing the pit. If you're not using Watch, it loses that value, but it is an 11% damage increase while clearing the pit. Not on the boss, clearly, but while clearing the pit. Then it is also a 16% damage increase just straight up off of that. And then for the enemies who are feared all the time by Bloodless Scream, you have a secondary 16% damage multiplier. Now that's only up for 5 out of 13, but it is up while the boss is staggered. And then, ironically, on the build where you're using Variana to heal, because we're saying that we can't survive, you are then losing the damage reduction from Decrepify, which could afford you the ability to be using Subo, who would at least grant you a damage multiplier. Yes, you don't care about the cooldown, right? The stagger on the boss is valuable. Staggering a boss is generally valuable. Also, slowing the enemies so they don't run away from you at Mach speed is also pretty cool. But then we're losing out on finality. Finality. So if we're assuming that you're overpowering 50% of the time, because that's the maximum application rate of Zan, and that we're sometimes overpowering via Banished Lord's Talisman, which, like, let's say, like, you're overpowering half of the time. See, Banished Lord's Talisman is actually, like, losing value of overpower since we're using Zan. But let's just say, like, for fun, overpowering with Banished Lord's Talisman is somehow getting you another 25% total overpowers. Like 75% overpower, right? Like let's just say you're overpowering 75% of the time, which is like a gross overestimation, but like let's just say you are. That means that Bloodbath is only a 30% damage multiplier, because you are only getting 3/4 of the value of overpower on the build, which makes Frailty a better multiplier. So it's a difference of a 1.4 versus a 1.3, which is a 7%. So 1.0769 multiplied by the 1.16 already is it's a 24% damage multiplier. Better to be using Frailty and to have applied a curse. And that's ignoring the one plus 16 multiplied by 5 divided by 8 divided by 100. Oh, divided by 100. So if we assume a 5/8 uptime of the feared effect damage multiplier from cursing, applying the curse is now a 37% damage multiplier. then the DR, which presumably would allow you to survive without having to use Fariana. Because I stopped having survivability issues just by swapping over to Scent of Death. Now, Bloodbath, dropping Bloodbath, you're going to lose damage reduction, but I'm currently not dying without that. And it's not about dropping Zanrune. It is the over-investment into Overpower that I have a problem with. Because it doesn't mathematically make sense. Now you're saying that there's a weird interaction with alteration. Are you sure just like increasing a quarter of your damage by 60% isn't the thing that you're seeing? And like Dominate is still pretty okay because you get the 12% after you overpower in general. But then the secondary multi is only worth, at best, 3/4 of its value, which is a 9% multi. Which I think a 1.09 and a 1. I think that's still, yeah, that still beats out 2 10s. That's if we assume that you're overpowering 75% of the time, which just like you can't be. Doing all the math instead of just saying fuck curses. Well, it's just like it's lunacy. It's like it's bananas to drop a curse. But I get it. Like I do get it. It's dropping the golem as well that actually is kind of sending me. So what is the value of sacrificial verse? Like corpses? Dropping corpses is fine. It's a 12% multi. Yeah, I'd like much rather drop corpses than curses. Hold on. So, 20. $20, $30. So it's a 20, a 30, a 35. How many times am I going to do this? And like the multiplier from the overpower is also only 75% of its value here. Three-quarters is... That one's actually fine. That's 22.5. That one's actually fun to use. But technically it does modify this math, but... So sacrificial is like a 1.56 multiplier. Which is only 4% greater than this. Running double golem also has to be better. Oh, but it's the difference in ranks for reapers. Also gives you an, like, how do you get unstoppable on this build? Because it gives you an unstoppable. Uh, 13, 16, 17. So it's 34. 34, 1, 2, 3, 4, 34. 34 is 120 is 136. So 2.36 divided by 34 is 90 is 112. $90, 102. And Golem is a 2x. So the benefit of being able to run the sacrificial aspect over just running Grasping Veins and then getting the damage multiplier from sacrificing the Golem and being able to run another darkness skill on your bar only ends up being a 64% damage multi. Each darkness skill being 38 is more few. The number going up would just make the difference. It's actually a stronger argument when we're talking about a smaller number. Because the difference between these two numbers gets smaller and smaller the higher number goes. But 38 is 120, 156, right? 38 is 16, no, it's 32. 120, 152. Versus 3x is 90 is 114. Did I do this right? 38 multiplied by 4. 152. 2. Did I do this right? I did. Huh. Huh. I was incorrect. It's an incorrect assumption. But it's still only a 65% damage multi. We still working on Bone Storm? We are. Yeah. Oh, y'all can't see behind my head. Sorry. But that's just it. You don't need sacrificial. So this is the value of sacrificial, the aspect on the build. Yeah, so this is just the aspect versus Grasping Veins. So this is how much a 55% damage multiplier grants you. And this is the difference between that and a 50% multi. I could redo the math where we assume the 83. So this becomes... Although if we're going to start getting that granular, we also have to talk about the uptime of the overpower. But this would also be verse, it's on an amulet, but it would be verse this, with that on the amulet. Although, in both of those regards, if you weren't running this on the amulet, you would put Great Feast up to the amulet. But even there, it's still weaker than the 2x. I can get access to Season 9 Necro builds. No, those don't really exist anymore. Individual creators might still have their planners, but what you basically just want to do is you just want to use the Ancestral setup, but then put on the Mythic Uniques that the build recommends. Like, you just put on the regular Uniques that it would recommend, and the Mythic Uniques that it would recommend. No problem. Have I done a mage build yet? If not, are you going to make one? Not really. I already did reap minions, which are stronger than mages. And I don't think that there's any insight that I can really add to the mage build right now, other than to like double test that things work the way that they're supposed to. But I'm not particularly interested in putting together the build. Pine needles do not make soil acidic. No. It is actually just that pine trees grow in acidic soil. And that the reason why the pine trees stunt growth is because they carpet the floor, which blocks out sunlight. But like using a golem, the other benefit of the golem is it grants 30% damage reduction. And all this math is favored with assuming 100% value of the overpower, which we already know just isn't true. So these numbers would actually be lower without that, but that's neither here nor there. The critical strike chance from the Grasping Veins also helps with not using the Starless guys, which would actually make the Banished Lord's Talisman more valuable. No, with Golem it's double the Bone Storms. Golem has 10 Bone Storms on top of it. Now, it does require you to get sweaty and manage the Golem, but it also grants you Unstoppable. Like, I don't think you currently have a way to become unstoppable on here. So I guess that's actually... Are you getting caught and dying sometimes because no Unstoppable? Like, if we took this, drop Decompose, put Golem on here, I think you need to curse. But you don't have to, I guess. But the Golem is 30% DR. You drop Variani, you actually put a damage multi on with Subo. You run a ring that's just attack speed, crit chance, and... Golem got nuked when using upgrade 1. My Golem has never been nuked. This guy? I've died before my Golem every time. Not cursing is crazy work. Golem build next? I hate Golem, honestly. The Golem build is like the only thing I hate doing more than the minion build. Green that eye, green that eye, green. Now that we have a PTR blog post announced. Do we have a PTR blog post? Announced of when they'll post it? Do we have an announcement of when they will post the PTR blog post? Did that occur? Hell yeah, sick dagger. Ah, so mic drop. You have to remember I've been streaming while this happened, and sadly I am not omniscient. So as always, as I will say a million times, to save all of us time, start with context. But I did not see this. I saw this one, which happened when I was starting stream. So let's look at what this build looks like if I update mine. The blog post probably won't have patch notes. It will probably talk about the changes in that season on like a higher level, but maybe. I'm not too sure. Where is Bone Storm? Brain, read the thing. Oh, right. Okay. Lilith's Wall, Evan Piercer. Do I think Banished Lord's Talisman is better than Heir of Perdition? Season 6 was Vessel of Hatred. Season 4 was Loot Reborn. Banishlord's Talisman has attack speed. This solves crit chance. We don't need movement speed. They both have core skills. So crit chance versus attack speed. You know what though? I gotta give you this. I really like this. This was... That's chef's kiss. Now... Damn, dude. Damn, yeah. Had a 3 GA Starless Skies drop and was wondering if it would be better than Sacrificial Ring on Shadowblight. If not, would you be able to explain why? Sure. The answer is it is not. So when you look at a build, you have to ask the question, what does the build require? So the build is going to gain 80% attack speed from a Crazy Brew, a thing that it will have. Boston, thank you very much for the follow. And is set up pretty well. So in the perfect world, we are at crit cap. We don't need any more critical strike chance. We're at 89, we're at 90% attack speed. We could technically be at a very slightly higher attack speed. That's not valueless. But with Crazy Brew up, we're going to be at -10 is about 170 attack speed. And there is a question of whether or not you get up to, like, can you attack faster and does that do anything? Like, at that attack speed, does it actually go any higher? I don't exactly know the answer to that question. I am assuming the answer is no. So what else does Starless Skies offer you? Starless Skies first offers you core skills. That does nothing for Shadowblight. Lucky hit chance, which also doesn't really do anything for Shadowblight. We don't need lucky hit chance anywhere. It offers us crit chance, which we don't need, and it could get us from 90 to 100% attack speed. That is the only thing that it's currently offering us. Sacrificial is a greater than 50% damage multiplier when you do the math, because it increases all three of these, and we get to use all three of them. So it's a greater than 50% damage multiplier. What Starless Skies doesn't have is Intelligence, which further increases your damage, Maximum Life for survivability, Shadow Damage for more damage scaling, and then the ability to Temper as well. Now, you don't need 3 Tempers of Ultimate Skill Restore. You don't technically need that. So you can get away with not running it. One of the benefits of having it is that you go net positive on resource, which is very good because you want to be at 100% resource for your Cax rune when it triggers. And that helps you to get there. So Ring of Starless Skies, if you don't have a good ring, is better than your shitty ring, but it is not optimal. Because if you look at the math, it doesn't offer you anything. How about Fists of Fate? What about Fists of Fate? Oh, also, I am sorry. Actually, you know what? Starless Skies offers you nothing, because we're going to be drinking an attack speed and lucky hit chance potion. So you will be at 100% attack speed. So it actually offers you nothing that a regular ring couldn't already accomplish, and the ring has more damage scaling. Starless Skies has the cost reduction, though. We don't need that. We fully regenerate all of our resource when we cast an ultimate skill. So we are already positive. We're already positive on resource, and taking away a ring would make you less positive on resource. You're a bit confused on how Sacrificial is more than a 50% damage multiplier. The amount Sacrificial increases 3 different multipliers by 55%. So you would just have to do the math, basically, as one example. So you have a 20% shadow damage multiplier. This is increased by 1.8 because we have 3 ranks in Memento Mori. Sorry. This is your shadow damage multiplier. This is it with Memento Mori on it. So it's a 36% damage multiplier. Increasing this multiplier by 1.55, which is what Sacrificial offers you. Now you need to compare these two multis. So it's 1.556 divided by 1.36. So just for the shadow portion of your damage, it's a 14% damage multiplier. The same can be said about your vulnerable damage multiplier. And then we just have to do this same thing, but critical strike damage starts off at 35. Memento Mori doesn't happen. And then here, so this is equal to a 1.5425 divided by 1.35. So 1.14 basically to the 3. But you have to include all the little bit of decimals. Equal to this, multiplied by this, multiplied by this. Oh, interesting. Have I done everything correctly here? I'm very slightly mixing up two things, but regardless. So this is the difference between a 1.5 multiplier and this multiplier. So Ring of Starless Skies' multiplier is 0.2% higher than... Right, so Sacrificial is greater than a 50% if you have the overpower. If you're only doing vulnerable, it ends up being roughly a 50%. So the rest of the ring has to offer you greater than 0.2% increase in damage. So on this build, I have 3,332 intelligence. $3,332. If I were to drop the intelligence from one of my rings, I only have 3,095. 3,095. And this is equal to 1 plus this divided by 800 to figure out what that multi is, to figure out what this multi is, and the difference between this multi and this multi. So your intelligence. So here, Ring of Starless Skies ends up being 0.2% stronger than the multiplier that Sacrificial grants you. But the multiplier that Sacrificial grants you is basically 50%, but that's okay. The intelligence loss from the ring is a 6% damage loss. So the difference here, if you really cared about it, would be this and this. So the intelligence is 5.7% stronger than the very slight increase in the multiplier. And then you'd also have to do the math for your additive damage, which you would also gain. And the maximum life, which is nice. But actually, you don't even need maximum life. You can actually just have more additive damage. So your ring could also say critical strike damage and the shadow damage. So it'd be like 156-ish damage, which is probably like a 2 or 3% increase in damage. Somewhere around that. No problem. But just to very quickly show this, if this was actually this, which is using the overpower multiplier, just so that everybody knows I'm not fucking crazy. This is when it is greater than a 50%. It's if you're using Shadow, Overpower, and Crit. If Soul Rift deal 1 shadow damage per second, Shadow Blight still works, right? Correct. Why don't you need to boost its damage? Soul Rift? Because Soul Rift is a dot and does pennies worth of damage. What up, Supremo? How many times have you died today for something stupid? Probably like 4 or 5 times. The nitty-gritty math is sometimes hard for me? For sure. I would learn how to do it. Like, here's like a really important thing. How do you compare 2 multipliers, right? Like, how do you compare the 2 of them? How much more damage is Damned Aspect than Grasping Veins if you assume they both have 100% uptime? Well, it's the difference between a 55% multiplier and a 50% multiplier. So if you're trying to figure out how much bigger Damned is, when it's the bigger number, you would divide it by the smaller number. If you're trying to figure out how much of a damage loss using the smaller number is over the bigger number, you would take Grasping Veins and divide it by Damned. The issue here, though, is that you have to remember that a multiplier modifies base damage. So you're always doing 100% base damage, and then the multiplier adds 50% more. So if 100% is 1 and 50% is 0.5, you add them together. So Grasping Veins is a 1.5 times multiplier. Damned is a 1.55. And you always have to compare it from this point. Because if you don't change it to how it's modifying your damage, you're going to get weird outcomes that are going to be really hard to understand. Also, I have been sitting down for 4 hours and I haven't stood up yet. So I'm going to get up and stretch. We're going to run some ads so we don't miss anything later. And then I'm going to look at the Bone Storm build again.
Life has keeping me busy lately. Small appreciation for keeping me updated on D4.
Supremo, thank you very much for the 100 biddies. I appreciate it. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go nowhere. Thank you for the likes on the YouTube. I haven't had to ask for likes on the YouTube stream, and it's always been like close to as many people watching, so I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Okay, I'll be right back. Ah. Okay. Let's look at Banished Lords. So it's attack speed for solving crit chance. It feels like cheating on Pulverize. How is Ravens? Okay, so let's do this. There's a dude whose dog has been barking. No joke. Like since I have woken up. Has been barking 100% of this time. This dog has a lot of very important things to say. It's me. I'm the dog. I don't know if I believe that, Ouija. I gotta be honest with you. I don't think I believe that. You're a dog with a blog on Disney Channel. All right, we're all having a lot of fun. The dog is raging against the oligarchs, as we all should. You're not wrong. And who am I to deny this dog its sovereignty? I think dogs should vote. I think dogs should be able to vote. Okay, so at this point, Ebon Piercer is plus 4 ranks on Gloom. Which is 8. So it's 18. So it's an 18% multi from Gloom. And the 13 ranks here. So it is 34 times 3. It's a 93% damage multiplier, even with only 3 skills on your skill bar. And this could still be Sever, if we're trying to get nasty. What up, Blackjack? I don't know what that statement says. Banished Yord's talisman. I'm not running Banished Lords. Fuck Banished Lords. But also, I just need to make another ring. Because my build right now, with the time I had left over... How fast did I do it? $502. 502 with... I mean, not even with like a desert, right? Yeah, pretty... I'd say pretty bad maps. Very bad monster type. Like, this was a bad map. Bad map, bad monster types. 5 minutes to spare. So I did it in 10 minutes. Slightly better map. What I just did does 113 comfortably. I play Magic the Gathering? I do. If I swap out to add Cax, does that mean S tier? No, S tier would be 120 plus. So we have 3 S tier builds. We have Minions, Bone Splinters, and Shadowblight. Goddamn power creep. Is this the best one? So it goes... Stupid, stupid idiot. I've been using a modified version of the build to allow for SOFD. What build wouldn't be using Shroud of False Death? Shroud of False Death is best in slot on, at least on every Necro build. What Slaydra build? Slaydra play Necro? I actually don't know what Slaydra does in D4. Oh, and like this is like another thing to keep in mind here. Like, this is the stuff I made for what's it called? My other build. You know that other build I play? Oh, I'm also missing a multi because I don't have a good roll here. Has a Bone Storm build that doesn't recommend Shroud of False Death? Huh. That's incorrect. Without the context, I won't judge it, but Shroud of False Death is best in slot. I don't know what you would run over Shroud of False Death. For Magic, I only play paper. Yeah, we just ran 111. But Jaws was saying that they run 115. And then we're thinking about how to change out the build to change out the build to basically make it better. I wonder who? It's 16 casts. So you get like 50% uptime here. This is 12 casts, which like a third uptime here. Can Bone Storm overpower after it's activated? Yeah. Zan just says any hits during a time period overpower. So the overpower has like two separate vectors. There is chance to overpower, which is if this triggers, the entire skill will overpower. There is Banished Lord's Talisman, which is your next skill will overpower. This will make the entire length of a Bone Storm overpower. The thing for Zanrune is hits within a time window deal overpowered damage, which is regardless of whether or not the skill itself is overpowered. Okay, let's try this again, but I gotta click all the dumb buttons. Only does it on the first hit. Any hits within a 0.35 second period is Zanrune. Since Bone Storm procs damage on a target twice per second, then yes, it is the first hit. But that's just like that's specific to the context of Bone Storm and not a function of the effect itself. I don't know, Raven. Oh, I also have to put on what's it called? I guess I'm spamming Sever and Blight, which sucks. Are we already here? Maybe. Then something wrong? What does that mean? Oof. This is like macro level gameplay. How do I play like this? How do I do it? I just got 3 GA pants. Men down with missing GA on mastery. Huh. Given your handle isn't everything macro level gameplay. Yeah, I just don't use macros.
How shall I guide
One,
you?
I can't, right? I'm playing on controller. But two, people are a little too comfortable asking the question of how many button inputs is a macro. Not my pig, not my farm, you know? Playing basically claw grip right now. I can't play like this. I physically can't play like that. Let's just compare it to the 111 we did.
This should be interesting.
Well, this is already going to be unfair, but... Hmm. I cut the game volume in half and it looks like I just didn't do anything. I can't play like this. This is fucking bad. It's bad. Also, spamming this just doesn't fucking do anything. Zanrune is less than a 50% damage multiplier. Huh.
don't think Subo likes me.
I don't think Subo likes anyone. But don't fret. He's wary of anything new.
All right, mercs don't get experience while you're running the pit.
I often work alone.
I forgot. Ada. Cat time. Cat time. Cat time. Cat time. Does hope you don't go crazy? That's a interesting hope. You think Bloodwave's Darkness, Bone, and Blood skill will be any good? I know it's good. It's the second strongest version of that build, but also the most fun way to play that build. That's why we recommend it on max roll. This is a fake, get rid of them. You didn't find picking up orbs all the time fun? No. I did not. Scum just cleared 120? Cool. Yeah, people have cleared 124 on the build. Rennie... Well, Rennie definitely did a 123. Did he submit a 124? Oh, it's done 126. Nice. Yeah, it's a strong build. Oh, Akia. You absolute mad lad. Switch decompose to corpse explosion. That makes sense. Naps, do you have a video of this? I just played with the spamming Sever and Blight, and I gotta tell you, dude, unless I have like a macro mouse, I'm just not doing this. Or do you have a vid for your 115? Been leveling characters all day with the Whisper caches? Nice. Hell yeah. I haven't submitted a run since like day 3. How many runs are submitted? 93, baby! Huge. Oh, fucking fuck. Yeah. Okay. All right. I felt very stupid for a second, and now I don't. Wildrod, thank you very much for the follow. Please explain to me. I'm stupid. What are you asking? Explain what thing? Is it worth making a Black River build this season? I did yesterday. It's very bad and strictly worse than just casting Blight. It broke my heart. Whatever epiphany that I had. Nothing. It did not matter. Have I made a build with Starless Skies? Yeah, plenty. There's not really like a Starless Skies build. You just use Starless Skies if it would be good for your build. What build is it good for? Blood Surge, Blood Lance, Blight, Sever. Core skills, mostly. Oh right, this is why Pock is better. Pock is better because you're using Cax. Yeah, even with Ring of Starless Skies. Actually, hey, Jaws, are you still here? Or Naps, rather. I read your name as Jaws. I'm sorry. Naps, Pock is always better if you're also using Cax. What am I testing right now? A lot of very nebulous concepts. Didn't Sever use it? Yeah, any core skill build would use it. It's Zan with Cax and Hawk with Zan. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So you have very slightly lower than the 1 second ICD for Zan uptime by feeding it Pock. And you... Yeah. I think there's no question. It is Zan Cax, Hawk Zan. Manually casting Decrepify sucks so bad. Is the only issue. Or rather, let me say it this way. This gameplay loop just doesn't work on a controller. Like, just straight up. Because the monsters are everywhere, it's already so finicky to keep things lined up and to be precise. If you're still using Tam, I think if you did nothing other than just swap out Pock on Zanrune and Zan with Cax, you'd already be clearing faster. Dropping curses is so insane. It's like not applying a curse for a 50% uptime on a 50% multiplier. I gotta take off this, and I gotta get rid of my little guy for a hot second. Alright, so hold on. What is that initial damage? What the fuck is that? What is that initial damage? Oh, is it the... God damn it. Okay, this needs to not be on. That's one of the issues. Please don't teleport you. Oh, Trev. You know how I hate that. Why am I doing different amounts of damage continuously? $762 and $918. What is the difference between these two numbers? That initial damage instance was being caused by my additive damage after coming out of stealth. That has nothing to do with Crazy Brew or downtime or anything. That was just because I had Shroud of False Death on. I can take off even more things here. Compound Fracture goes away. Casting an Ult goes away. I'm healthy is fine. None of this matters. Okay. 662. You are losing it. But it is still like a little bit, right? So it goes, huh? So $799. Yeah. $100. 500 divided by 441 is a difference of 13. And I bet you that is the difference between. Yep. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So here's the skivvy. Here's what's happening. So here's what's happening and here's what's interesting. It doesn't really matter, but this is what is occurring. So the skill which triggers Cax consumes its full resource load to grant you a 2 times damage multiplier for a second. that cast of that skill reads having no resource when it happens. Because of that, the first second of that Bone Storm does a bit less than Ossified Essence because yeah, so that is supposed to have a 2x and a 2.4x. It loses the 2.4, so it only has a 2x. And then after that second, well, you have permanent uptime on Cax, so there is no downtime to the second. But the Bone Storm that triggers Cax Rune loses Ossified Essence. You then do cast 4 more Bone Storms that are all at max Essence and getting the Cax bonus. So if we have so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this one is 2.4. This is equal to, and this we get nothing out of it. So this is equal to this times this. This is equal to the sum of this divided by the sum of this plus this. Okay. What thing? Ay, Dios mío. The sum of this, 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 this. So naps. I don't know if you heard. You're wrong about the initial damage. Yeah. Okay. So now I'm doing the math. Yes, that's the thing that I intimated. The initial damage was just getting the stealth bonus. So here's how it's functioning. When you have Cax ready to proc, the Bone Storm that procs it is counted as having no resource. So you lose out on the bonus from Ossified Essence. And you might be like, well, that's fucking huge, right? But it means that that Bone Storm is doing slightly less damage than a Bone Storm without Cax. And then you cast 4 Bone Storms during that time that are just full bonus. So Cax isn't representative of a 2x damage multi in total. It's representative of a 1.88. Because you're doing 88% of the damage that you expect to be doing. Basically, it's 88% effective. because the first skill which triggers it does not benefit from it, or does not loses ossified essence. Now, what's interesting though is that if you could be triggering Zan Cax with Blight or Sever, that means that all the Bone Storms that you cast during that 1 second are all just 100% effective. What about Cry Rune? I would drop Zan Rune for Cry. What up, Ron? Vai disponibilizar esa build después? After? Sí. Is there going to be... Lo siento, pero hablo un poquito. Sí. No hablo portugués. Hablo español, and even that is only a little bit. Pero sí. Mañana o la semana. Next week? ¿Cómo se dice next week? Not pasada, right? Próxima. That's it. Próxima semana. And lunes. Yeah, so Cax is 80. So you would expect, so you can like look here, right? If there was no issue with Cax, you would expect Cax to be a 2x multi. Since it doesn't count for one of the casts, it means that it is 88% effective. So it's a 1.88 multi. Zan Rune is a 1.5 multi that has 50% uptime. So this makes it a 1.25. Then you have the difference between the overpower. Like, you're using it to activate a bunch of overpower scaling, which I do just think is wrong. Like, I think it is wrong to do so. It's just really hard to factor in Banished Lord's Talisman. Because Cax Rune is also supercharging your Banished Lord's Talisman. It is functionally why your Banished Lord's Talisman is doing anything at all. When you were testing Corpse Explosion, I know you said it's a worse Shadow Blight. How far were you able to push into the pit? I didn't say that it was a worse Shadow Blight. I said that it was worse Blight. I was probably able to do like 95 on it. Blight should be doing like 103, 105, somewhere around there. On YouTube, at the exact same time, Lethal Dose says, Black River build with Corpse Explosion is something you want to explore. I did it yesterday. It'll do around pit tier 95. It's strictly worse than just casting Blight, even with the Corpse Explosion gear on. It sucks. It sucks. It's bad. It's bad, it sucks, and I don't want anybody to be excited about it because I want the developers to hear us crying because it has been too long. I just can't see Zanrun. Like, I think your gear is just cracked. Like, the kind of notes that you're talking about here, I think your gear is just very good. And if you were to drop Zan entirely, I think you would be doing better. Like, I'm really interested in... I'm really interested to see, like, what does this look like if you drop the overpower and you just build into full uptime multipliers? Like, this is less than a 40% multi. Like, straight up just putting Tamrune. Because, like, the notes that you're talking about here is, like, just have the right GAs, just have the right triple masterworks. And it's like, I agree, you would definitely be stronger. If that is what my gear looked like. I just can't prove it. Because I think my build right now, if I literally changed nothing about it, if I just took my build in and then just ran it, because I cleared with 5 minutes to spare, so that puts me at 113. So can I get 1.28 to the third stronger? I don't know if I can get 1.28 to the third stronger. Like, actually get... I mean, I kind of could, right? Like, my amulet is a terror amulet. So much of my damage shuts off the moment that they're not CC'd. Where it's like... I mean, let me do some math. Let's do some math. Like, if I change out nothing else, let's do some math. Sir? Okay. Oh, I see what's happening. Like, what is my build missing right now? Hold on. Oh, it finally happened. Oh, wild. This has never happened to me. Homie. Man, that sucks. Okay. But I don't know why that's happening. Like, I know why it's happening, but I don't know why it's happening. Oh, this is something I could test out very quickly. Also, damn, it's already 8 o'clock. Ripper Dipper. It's like 1 in 6 Bone Storms are going to overpower. So let's make it 1 in 6. One in 6 Bone Storms overpower while using Banished Lord's Talisman. So 16% of your Bone Storms are going to overpower. We also overpower half of the time. Now, you might put those two things together and get 66%. But Zan Rune Word making a Bone Storm that's already overpower doesn't do anything. So we only get half of the bonus of that. So it is equal to So it's half of the time for the other bone storms. This is equal to the sum of this. I argue that if you are using Cax Rune, Overpower is 58% effective on the build. Zan Rune ain't it, boss. Because you can't make it last longer. And I'm already bumping it up to 50% effectiveness because you do damage twice per second. And it can trigger once per second. So it's going to be according to server tick rate. So it can only work on every other damage instance. If it is procced 100%, like if it's procced every second, which you can with POC. If it's procced every second, the best I can give is Overpower is 58% effective. So just as like a basis, right? 1 plus this multiplied by the 0.5. The Zan Rune is a 29% damage multiplier. The Bloodbathe board is a 23% damage multiplier. Dominate is the 12 and a 12. So Dominate is a 19%. Like, the Overpower ain't it. I'm positive Overpower isn't it. Oh no. Now, is that a mosquito bite? Or is it a little bit of poison ivy? The world may never know. Now, here's an interesting question, though. No Starless Sky. 30. Five in every 8. Now, what if it was every 3.6 casts? 63% effective. Like, Dominate says it gets 511. Which is 326 additive. What is the difference between Bone Crit here and Overpower? Overpower is 123. Which strictly works. But what about, well, let's look at a couple things, right? Worse than the vulnerable proc. Is that Chewbacca the legend? Yeah, it's Chewbacca. So the Zanrune is a 31% multi. Fairly strong. But using the overpower setup, like using things that say overpower, is mathematically worse. Unless you can get this thing to be proccing more, which you can't. You can if you have more resource. Is Wither worth considering now that it only has a 20% chance? What does considering mean? Considering in what regard? Using? For a particular build, or just the nebulous concept of would builds use the Wither board? The more resource, the better this gets. Think about your question to me, I would say looking at it both ways. So is it worth considering using at all? Yes, you have to use Paragon boards, which grant you a damage multiplier. A 20% chance of a 300% damage multiplier is on average a 60% damage multiplier. So on average, this outperforms any other board's damage multiplier. In addition to that, you can't choose to use a Paragon board, which would not scale your damage. And builds don't really get to choose Paragon boards. Not really. You just use the Paragon boards that have multipliers available for you and that can fulfill your glyph requirements. So it's not really considering. In the case where a build would have two different options, so a good example here would be a Sever build. Sever could use Blood Begets Blood. And that's the only one that you would really consider like Wither versus Blood Begets Blood, kind of. But Blood Begets Blood stops functioning against a single target when you can't really generate blood orbs at a sufficient enough rate. So even though the numbers are close, the moment that you get to a boss, Blood Begets Blood uptime becomes like garbage, right? In addition to that, while Wither isn't actually a great board, the additive damage on it is at least relevant, whereas on Blood Begets Blood, one side of the glyph socket says blood skill damage, which is bad, obviously, right? Then in addition to that, all of the other nodes around either refer to blood or refer to maximum life. Maximum life is generally good, but it's not really damage scaling. And in this game currently, we don't care about survivability. We want to hit minimum survivability to be able to function and then maximize damage. So So the reason for the confusion in my question is that there's nothing really to consider. You always use the thing that gives you the most damage. But in a universe where you could be considering the difference between two boards, even there it's not really like kind of up for discussion, because in speed farming setups you don't generate blood orbs either. In fact, the only time that you generate blood orbs on a non-blood build is very specifically in pit pushing. So if we're already talking about pit pushing, we expect to be hitting monsters an amount of times to generate the expected average outcome from Wither, and over a sufficiently long enough combat scenario, the average expected output from it is very slightly above 60% damage. And I guess when they initially showed the Paragon boards, was it worth the time to do the analysis to determine whether or not Wither would see play? Yes. What was the outcome? It will. On every single build that could use it, it is on average better than the alternative. Now that being said, your initial "is this good?" is actually a pretty good gut feeling, because 20% chance for something to trigger effectively says it won't trigger the majority of times, right? So over a sufficiently short enough combat scenario, like speed farming, where you're 1 to 2 shotting enemies, Wither effectively does nothing, because you would expect to not trigger it the majority of the time, and it is such hilarious overkill that either you were already going to be killing that monster or you weren't. So there's no scenario within which, over a small enough combat length, Wither would substantially impact the outcome on average. So for speed farming, it's garbage. But then you ask the question, what are the alternatives? And the alternatives are blood begets blood, which is even worse, because that'll never trigger. At least Wither kind of triggers sometimes. But that was my feedback to the developers when they made this change to Wither. The fact that it had a chance to occur, as opposed to being a multiplier that we strategically built into, was garbage design. Like, I think severely bad design. Because it only works in the cases where it would have to work for it to make sense. And it's bad in all other contexts. And I don't think that is engaging, interesting, or interactive. It's just the only option. Is Indariel's Visage good? No. Am I going to participate in the Maxwell Hardcore event? I'm not. No, I'm busy this weekend. Hey, I don't know if you're still here. Naps, are you still here? No problem. If I think the Chaos Armors will be permanent, I do not. They already said that they won't be. And they also couldn't just add this to the game permanently. The game would be fucked. Just had Red Canyon 5-minute boss. Ooh, Mother's Judgment. Rip. How much essence do you have? What is happening there? Really like the chase for the armors? Sure. I think there's a really big like lesson to be learned from it for the devs. I have slightly more. Well, I'm using the potion that grants it. And obviously bone graft. Yeah, that's kind of it. Why does this cost less? Where am I getting essence cost reduction? Precision is the crit potion is additive damage. Why does mine cost less? And not... I don't know. Okay, this is how I'll do. Oh, when it creates random bone storms, it counts as casting a bone storm and then it triggers Caxerin. That won't happen in real gameplay scenarios because you'll already be at the cap. But that is interesting to know. All right, starting from, we gotta start from naked. You assume the gold number was multi? The gold number was multi. Yeah. It said, well, so gold doesn't mean multiplier inherently, right? Because the 6 on critical strike chance isn't a multiplier. It's verbiage typically. The issue is that the potions don't have the plus or X like they should. Can we help with the script? What script? It's 5 and 17. Five and 17. So you would think that that would make it significantly more. Well, this has got to be more efficient than that. The script for the YouTube video, you know I don't use scripts. One, two, three, four, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 5 and 17. I mean, yeah, it's 5 and 17. There's nothing I can really do about that. 5 and 17. Overpower is 64.7% effective on the build. Are 64.7% active. Making Zan Rune a a 30 a 1.3235 x multi. Okay, so naps. You have 208 essence. Where'd you get 208 essence? Oh, and by the way, for all this to work, you have to not be using Starless Skies. If you're using Starless Skies, this number plummets. Like drastically. What up, Mozart? I don't currently have... Well, I mean, I do have a Bone Storm build. It's in my Discord. Exclamation point Discord. How'd you get up to 208 essence? Well, I don't have a GA on max resource, I guess. Why does my Bone Storm cost less? What thing is making my Bone Storm cost less? How? Someone help. I know I'm the math. I just don't understand it. Why did this cost 45 cents? How did yours cost 40? Why do these cost less? Why does it cost less? Why does it cost less? Why? Why? Oh, I'm such a stupid fucking goober. It's the potion. That's crazy brew bad. It's actually better to not use the resource potion. But how does this work with crazy? I need to record this. Time to play it back. Yo, shouts to this video that I spent a long time putting together and I think has like 2K views. YouTube is like not recommending my videos to my subscribers. Maybe it is. No, it's not. At the click-through rates that I get, it must not be recommending it to my subscribers because at my subscriber count, the minimum views is like too low. Yeah, no problem, Naps. Thanks for hanging out. So that's interesting. With Crazy Brew up, you don't get the increased resource cost because your resource cost is nothing. But it is as if you drained 50 resource. Oh, right. There's a 1 second cooldown. Oh, so it's actually less effective. God damn it.
You have to understand how things are up here.
Okay. All right. So we're going to use this as an example then.
You have to understand how things are up here.
So the only thing I have to know is whether or not the same is true while you're using this. If it sets it to 50 or not, or if it keeps it at the reduced cost, because it's not taking the increased cost, which is very interesting. Yeah, it sets it to 50 as a baseline during Crazy Brew. Okay, so How do I model that? How do I model that? How do I model that? So if you could just cast the skill at a rate where your human eyes could follow the data, you are triggering at like 200 essence, roughly. You are triggering once every 3.22 casts. At roughly 3.22 casts, the equation is your overpower is 65% effective, and Zanrune itself is a 32% damage multi. But on Crazy Brew, okay. No, Crazy Brew has nothing to do with that, but Crazy Brew is interesting in that Crazy Brew says you have no essence cost reduction or essence cost increase. And we're gonna use Crazy Brew, right? Yes, we're going to use Crazy Brew. We have to. It's good for Imbiber as well. Yeah, we're using Crazy Brew. Okay, so now that we know that, is there anything to care about? Because one of the questions is whether or not you use the maximum resource potion because it reduces your essence cost. But because you're using Crazy Brew all the time and it nullifies the reduction in essence cost, but we're also not getting the increased cost, which would very slightly modify Banished Lord's behavior. We have to use Crazy Brew, so we don't have to worry about that part of the calculation. Okay, that doesn't have to be part of the model. But what we do need to look at is the rate of us triggering it when there is a cooldown. Because I was counting triggers, not recognizing that you would be casting during a time when you couldn't trigger it anyways. Because there's quite literally a cooldown on CACs. CACs can only be triggered once every 1 second. So now we have to look at how many casts are basically wasted. Yeah, okay. Oh. Okay. I'm not saying I'm the best player of a Necromancer. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying I'm the best theory crafter. I'm not saying really any of that. What I will say, though, is damn, I'm fucking good. Damn, I'm good at thinking about the video game. Okay. 5 and 33. It's actually 5 and 33. Ooh. So during Crazy Brew, it's actually only 57% effective. Because Crazy Brew weirdly normalizes essence expenditure. So now I have to do the same thing, but without Crazy Brew going. For all the times when you're not spending on Crazy Brew. So this is Crazy Brew. Let's do the same thing. No brew. Okay, now without Crazy Brew. This one's going to be a little bit harder to see. One. Wait. Why did it? Hold on. You'll be Barbie? Nice. Oh my god, I could probably just unequip Banished Lord's Talisman. Remember when Oppenheimer and Barbie were in theaters at the same time? Wasn't that a time to be alive? That's what I was just thinking. I was just thinking Barbenheimer. Okay. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 36. 5 out of 36. Okay. And then what's the average between these two? Basically 57%. Okay. Okay. It's on average a 57% effective time on overpower. Where when using Banished Lords and Starless between Crazy Brew and non-brew casting time. Making Zan 28% multi. And all OP multis. Multi on Banished Lords. A and effective 41% multi. Since Zan Rune alone, Oxan already a 50% multi. %50 effective. Just be better. Here, perdition. Like, Banished Lord's Talisman makes for 57% rough uptime on overpower value. And Zanrune already does that 50% of the time. So Banished Lords is bad. Alright. Is this how they catch serial killers, basically? Yo, what's going on, Miz? How are you? Hydrate. I guess I can hydrate. I'm positive Banished Lord's Talisman is not the play. It can't be. Like, the only thing that it has over Air of Perdition is attack speed. But Air of Perdition also solves crit chance. The only issue is you can't really get more attack speed elsewhere. Unless you're using Fists of Fate. Fists of Fate over Air of Perdition. It's an on average 80% multi versus 60% multi and the core skill ranks. The core skill ranks are about a 10% increase in damage. Maybe a 15. Damn it! That overperforms. But is Fist of Fate attack speed? Do you need attack speed? I just don't think you need more attack speed. But is Fist of Fate attack speed worth more than the difference between a 1.8 and a 1.84? Yes. Kind of? I'm just positive Banished Lord's Talisman isn't it. Like across the board, Banished Lord's Talisman can't be it. And if Zan is only roughly a 25%, so like, okay, let's say Banished Lord's Talisman is the play. That takes Zanrune from being 50% effective to 57% effective. So you go from a 25 to a 28 on Zanrune. Is Zanrune even worth losing a skill slot for Reaper's Pursuit? That's a question. And losing the Execute, which like is important. The Execute is an 11% increase in damage for 60% of the like 2/3 of the run, right? Well, not even. Well, hold on. Let's see. So that's 7 minutes. 7 minutes and 37 seconds. 7 minutes. 7:37. Then from 6:18 from 6:18. 5:02 is 1 minute 16. So this is a total of 7 multiplied by 60. I should be able to do that math in my head. Plus 37. And 76. This is equal to this divided by this. Oh my god, the sum. The sum. So it's 85% effective. Equal to this multiplied by 11. So, on average, and this all comes down a bit because some of that time is spent running, just proccing Decrep with Watt Rune is a 9% multiplier. So like keep that in mind, a 9% multiplier over the course of a pit run. And then it's the difference in 1, 2, 3 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. We've done this math a million times, but let's do it again. So 34 times 3 versus 34 times 4. $34 times 3. 34 times 4 is 120, is 136, is 2.36 divided by 34 times 3, which is 102. So a 16 is equal to this multiplied by 1.0943. It's worth more than Zanrune. It's worth more than Zanrune. It's worth more than Zanrune. This is math. This is math. You know what I mean? This is good old-fashioned math. This is math at its finest. So if you're using Banished Lord's Talisman, manually casting Watt, manually casting Decrepify, like, okay, even with Banished Lord's Talisman, running Zanrune and Banished Lord's Talisman together makes the overpowered damage multiplier roughly worth less than a percentage more damage. Hold on. Are my biases getting in? Hold on. It is on average a 57% uptime. There's no other way to cut it. Has my math gone too far? This is how many of your casts overpower. Is it accurate to take it this way? Okay. Because it only applies to one damage tick. It is half of the damage ticks of the remaining Bone Storms because they have not overpowered over that time. Also, every Bone Storm that overpowers 3% of the time. Further, there's no way for me to calculate that. I don't even know how I would calculate that. I mean, if I thought about it for long enough, I think we could get there, but I don't care. Okay. Yes. So 50% of the damage of the Bone Storms which have not overpowered from Banished Lord's Talisman is an accurate representation. You take 50% of that and the totality of Bone Storms which have overpowered. That is your total percentage of overpower affected Bone Storms. And that's if I'm not calculating at 35%. Because I'm choosing not to calculate 35% because of the way that Bone Storm does damage, which is twice per second. So we're always assuming that I've triggered it at a point where this 0.35 seconds isn't in the valley between server ticks. Which isn't fair. This is actually even lower. But let's take it at 50%. An overpower is only 57% effective. That makes Zanrune a 28% damage multiplier. That makes the multiplier from Banished Lord's Talisman only a 41% multi on average. And all of this is also like ignoring the additive damage on Heir of Perdition. Well, it's only for demons, though. Not everything is a demon. In fact, most of the stuff you're fighting isn't a demon, now that I think about it. Okay. Yeah, so that part of the calculation is just the difference between the crit chance and the attack speed. But if we're not using Banished Lord's Talisman, which I don't think that we should be, because it's going up against Heir of Perdition. And Banished Lord's Talisman, like, can't go up against Ebon Piercer. Well, it could go up against Ebon Piercer. Fuck, what if it went up against Ebon Piercer? What is the relative damage multi of Ebon Piercer? Ebon Piercer is 4 ranks to Gloom. Didn't I already do this math? I did this math somewhere. Somewhere in here I already did this math. Where is... Ebon Piercer is a 90% damage multi. Just rewatched the testing of the corpse explosion. Welcome on back. So this, if I'm not mistaken, $202 must be 34 times 3. What about times 4? But this would also be times 4. So we're going to get to 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. Ebon Piercer is 112% damage multi. So it doesn't compare to that. Does it? What about the ranks to core skills? What is the base of 350? $300. $300. All right, hold on. Please hold. Yeah, it's 10%. Okay. So starts off at 300. Starts off at 300. We are getting it up to how many ranks? 20, so that's 19 ranks. $870. 19 ranks is 30. Is 300. Is 570. Yes, okay. Versus this plus 7 more. Right? Where's my banished lords? 7. Copy. Values only. So this is equal to this. Multiplied by 1.41. 75% LD. No. Epic Piercer is better. So if we're not using Banished Lords, then Tam Watt is more valuable. Okay. Now, it has been... What, 4 hours? Zan rune is trash. Wat rune is better. Air of Perdition is better than Banished Lord's Talisman. Unless there's something else happening, none of the math supports using Overpower. Raven, thank you for redeeming the Darkness. The Darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the Darkness will stay redeemed. And it is 9:30. I'm ending stream. I'm eating dinner. The takeaway? I was right. the takeaway is my original version of it was right. Swapping these out is good to be able to get the max resource up. And this should be Great Feast. That's it. Like, after all of this, that's what it ends up being. And if my gear was better, I think I could just go prove it. Like, even if all I had was the 6 ranks in Titan's Fall, right? A 35 versus a 50. Or no, I'm sorry, a 15 versus a 50. That's already a pit tier. So, like, I did pit tier 11 with more than 5 minutes left over on shit maps. That means I can run pit tier 13. If I could just put Titan's Fall onto my weapon, that's already another pit tier. That's pit tier 114. If my amulet wasn't terror, and was instead an actual passive and another actual passive, that is another pit tier. My pants are pretty good. Oh yeah, if I could fit Air of Perdition on. My Blood of Scream is also pretty good. I can't complain about that. Oh, and if I could be fitting on not Starless Skies as well. Which if I had Air of Perdition, I could be solving that. I think we got it in one. Then you just add in this spamming tech with what's it called? So we actually have a multi out of this at all, which I don't want to do. But like Perdition stronger than Fist of Fate because of the core skill ranks. It would be yeah, pretty significantly. That would be the number as opposed to the 1.8 of Fist of Fate. The other issue with Fist of Fate is that, like, yes, it's on average an 80% multiplier. Not, like, when you get a 1% roll on the 10 stacks of Apogeic, and then you get the 300% roll, but on the 1 stack of Apogeic, it's like too many things are randoming simultaneously, I think. Like if I just didn't have to be using Fist of Fate right now, I think I'd already be in a better place. Sorry, Feet of Fate. Whatever. I'm leaving. I'm done streaming. We did a good stream. I'm really shaky. I'm positive the math plays out. I am more than happy for someone to prove me wrong. Who's streaming at all? Who streams anymore? Boiler. I assume Woody just rated him. Let's go give Boiler some more love. Boiler. Alright. I love y'all. I can't do the whole spiel. Fuck the bourgeoisie and the oligarchy. We don't hate each other just because you think you're a conservative and I think I'm a progressive. We're actually just humans. And we don't need to be angry about the shit that the media tells us to be angry about because it's not real. None of that shit affects you. And leave trans people alone. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. There's like 15 of them, dude. Actually stop worrying about them. Like, just don't. All right? It's weird. Free Palestine. I love y'all. Be good.